61. You're all by yourself in the KY. Have a file, my brother. Godspeed. Until next week, Clay. 365 got down. Click. 61, I got it.
There'll give me some heavy swing in the forecast. All kind of swing in the forecast. CB unless you got a CB.
I thought you already did. Don't tell her. She's taking a nap, so I'm taking a bump.
Yep, that's right. Can't be a CB unless you got a CB. CB here.
You got tomorrow off.
Hey, don't tell him, man. Don't tell him. noise. Too much noise down here in Tucson, Arizona, 961. We told you that. Hey, we heard that 685, I believe you said.
24/7 with the grass on that house.
There are a lot of big radios out there, 689. A lot of big ones out there. 783's either way. 961, Tucson, Arizona. We're back quiet. Hey, we hear that Chicago out there. Definitely wave them back your way, man.
About that, channel 28.
Hey, 206 Missouri, you're booming in here on my radio. 961, Tucson, Arizona. We said it in your house. Quackity, quack, quack, quack. Hey, we heard that 319 out there. Tucson, Arizona, we heard you. Hey, we definitely hear that 309. 73's your way, 961, Tucson, Arizona.
says they're talking across the street. Up from Tallinn, Manchester, Rockville area. Okay, all right, Screaming Demon. Now I'm living in Southwest Florida. Okay, Screaming Demon, nice talking with you. Like I said, I'm from Rockville. That's where I'm at. All right, my friend, I'll be listening. You're blowing smoke, man. You're covering everybody up. I'll be listening. Bye-bye. Yellow Jacket, St. Louis with a character bears we getting down.
Appreciate that. Roger, right on, please.
Yellow Jacket, Houston, Texas, St. Louis with a we getting on down. Hey, Roger, Yellow Jacket, man, you're all up in my cactus patch today. Hey, Yellow Jacket, sing with that hug love and hug it.
They're making a hell of a noise around on side of this scale. Likewise, big brother. So these guys can 52 down on the side of this scale with a side of the wave when we pulling back wide.
Hey, Roger, 134, we are coming up here about 10 dBs in my cactus patch. In 134, snake, high five, and I'll go. Break up there.
Hey, 420, hallelujah. We heard in there from time to time, big brother. So we gonna wave my hand to you right back, 420. Hey, aloha.
Hey, how about it, Stardust, sir? How about it, Stardust? Are you out there?
Look at that, 420. You said it all. You do the thing here. Have a wonderful weekend.
Hey, 319, you don't even know. Other names for 24/7 says
say good afternoon. Time right back on the band. 352 downtown Los Angeles, Cali. Back on the other side. Let me see if I can get in there. 747, 352, 747, 352 around Los Angeles, trying to wave around the Gulf of America, 352, reading them out. No come back and yellow jacket. No get back, no come back. Yellow jacket around the Gulf of America. 352 back wide.
Excellent. How's everybody doing out there now? 718 Monterey, Cal. Hey, Roger, yellow jacket, thanks for throwing that stinger down my way. Have a beautiful evening over your way. The sneaky sago got some venom coming down the line. I'll get back over to have a blessed day. Monterey, Cal, waving to you. About the peyote, and I'll get back with. $641, snake with a high five, and I'm reading them out. 718 Monterey, Cal, waving at you. Bye.
Strolling. Shoot, I hear old 747 out there making a lot of noise. Hey, Yellow Jacket. Oh, Quack Quack Radio on us, stood by. Oh, Hollywood. Good afternoon time to you, bud. As always, you're coming into San Diego in grand style break. Hey, Hollywood, strolling, that's what you're doing. You're doing a little bit of strolling. Hey, Hollywood, keep on keeping on. Be blessed, my friend. Let me ease up out of here. I'm trying to get down into Texas, but you know, sometime Mother Nature got a mind of her own. I'll see ya.
I didn't know you could even hear me on this 2995. Boy, everyone's talking about lunch. That sure sounds good. It's been lunch.
Make love, not war.
Just loud and crazy, nutty, insanely weirdo people. Well, I'm gonna go fire up my flying saucer. I'll see you later.
All right.
I gotta go at least go do sheep patrol, so I'm gonna go out there and see if my dog is living.
I just did that.
That sounds so good. A brisket sandwich. They got a place across the street where I live. Boy, they got
Getting all sticky and everything.
with a cold beer to go with the brisket sandwich. Man, now I'm starting to drool. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, just say no to bric-a-brac roundup. That's just stuff crackers. I know, huh?
It's crazy, man. I go on, the reason I can't clean this stuff, it takes me 20, 30 minutes just to move all that stuff. And then I clean them, and then it takes 20, 30 minutes putting it back.
Exactly.
I'm a drooling.
That's what the bric-a-brac is.
Yeah, it's going to take all day. I don't know if I'm going to sober or something.
All the time.
Appreciate it. Turbo around the Carolinas, man. You're making a fine trip out here at Cali. 803, your low budget 513.
131, Tony.
All right there, 803. Have a good weekend, my friend. You're 513 way out west. Bump down. All right there, 803. Sounding real good around the desert. You're 513. I'm back quiet.
Sounding good here.
inhabiting the great state of the cactus patch with a Saturday wave. Northside Mud Duck Mobile. Cruising around the desert of this cactus patch. Jaguar, we just started.
I got this old tram on board. Went ahead to Hollywood, 1200, get down.
Anybody out there got a big radio, come back 215 Southwest Mojave Desert. I'm trying. Southwest Mojave Desert.
Buy small, 1200, get up. Cruising.
Test mode, be quiet.
Mobile, Jack Rabbit with a Saturday wave. Oh, 101, you're only in my radio, I can hear 101 in Georgia, old Jack Rabbit out here in this little side-by-side mobile with the wave right there. Big and gone and in a mess. Old Jack Rabbit back in the bushes. Well, that's what I needed. Somebody go ahead and wave your hands to Jack Rabbit. Aren't you out hunting or something? Old Jack Rabbit's out here doing what I do. Wild child, you cleaned up my radio, Jack Rabbit, with the wave. My little mobile. Go right down Buffalo, Jack Rabbit, see, Wild John, and I go, break a. I think everybody's doing their honeydews and kiss the dog or something. Took a ride, but side by side. Wild Child, Jack Rabbit, with a wave, bye, right.
southbound.
Down right here, see if I can get any kind of contact on this old my duck radio. Small watch, big antenna coming up out of Fresno, California. The original Cowboy, 564, and I'm standing by.
Side a minute ago, and then it all got messed up and everything, but you're back in there now. Old Jackrabbit's out here in this Arizona cotton-picking cactus matted desert. Am I a little side-by-side mud duck mobile? I'm going to try to get back in your radio one more time. 101 Jackrabbit with the wave.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a few extra TVs while I'm getting on down. Extra DVs. I got the dice. Let's roll the dice.
We're going to be able to try with a little bike that smoke.
shaky grounds on the west side.
Good afternoon, time right back. 44 on Topeka, Kansas. 352, waving a Southern wave. Right on, big brother. Son and Choice coming around the St. Louis Missouri. Good evening, Tom. 352, my quiet. Good evening, Tom. Moss Ride along the east side. Moss Ride, 352 along Los Angeles.
Right around the shakies on the west side. We're trying to break it up.
Right on Moss Ride. Take care. Always be a pleasure. Welcome to the weekend. 352 back in the bushes. Good day.
Being glitches and difficulties this week, I finally got everything back together, and I ran a video gate in this butt duck mobile. Old Jackrabbit out here in this side-by-side in the butt duck mobile running the godbiggest video gate. All around a band, Jackrabbit.
Patriot 7-6 waving a Saturday hand.
Yeah, dropping them all. Treetop dog.
Jumping up and down, he does the side away my hand to let you know he's sounding good around the sounding scale. Good evening time, big brother. Welcome to the weekend, 352 back line.
Yeah, 454 Virginia, Snake, I'm passing through.
454, old Jack Rabbit with the weight.
He's kind of a long-winded rascal there, 177. Yeah, 34, I get well good. Hey, Red Dog, hey, Snake, I'm pointed up in the corner right now. I'll turn around. Hey, Red Dog, what's it look like now?
Gas to get to Honolulu. I don't know how much right there. 420 Jack Rabbit trying to get
A bird in the Smoky Hills. Snake Doctor, Texas, where you get down?
Appreciate it.
Hey, Roger Dodger, bird, and the bird is a word. You've heard that before. Hey, bird, you getting it down in my cactus patch, Snake, Bo Doctor, bye.
Jack Rabbit in the cactus patch with the wave, bye. Somebody clean this up. I'm running my video gate. I usually run one of these several times a week when I'm doing my mole stuff. I'm out here in my side-by-side mud duck mobile, Yodi Coyote. It's all on the gate. Old Jack Rabbit said you put a hammer and you took a ride in my side-by-side. All right, Yodi Coyote, get ready to pull the plug on this thing because it was all rough and tough, but you fixed it all up and made it worth cotton picking doing. Yodi Coyote, I'll get back with you on all that when I get back to the shack. Right now I'm just out here in these alfalfa cotton picking cotton fields.
28, Snake, bye.
Take a ride. Yodi Coyote, have a good Saturday, old Jack Rabbit with the wave, and I'm all done for now. shaky ground. Downtown is back in the bushes. Hey, Wild Child. Hey, Roger, right on me, brother. Sonic Choice coming around from the east side. Marshall, it'll always be a pleasure listening to you on my radio. Marshall, I'll do it again. Have a wonderful day. 352 back on the side. Sorry about that, Marshall. We're going to pull back on the side. I just did a little upgrade, Wild Child. Just a little upgrade on his Dutch Cheyenne. Is that for it? I guess I just gotta turn around and go back on the drive at 352 back in the bushes.
Hey, Wild Child, I'll get back with you. I'll let you know, Tempo Roger, right on.
We just moving us out of the way, big brother. Welcome to the weekend. It's good to hear your radio, good to hear your voice in my radio. Yodi Coyote until you do it again. 352 back wide.
Sure enough, got you loud and clear. Yodi, Coyote, and my character is Bass. Have a great day. I'll get back with you.
$10 antenna on the 10 pound. $10 antenna gone. That's what I thought it was. It was 316 and all that. Getting on, right over your speed. That ain't no doubt. Hey, number 2, you got all mixed up, man. I will see you number 2. Oh, $10 on the phone before you get to the big island. Bus ride 352 with a 5 on your standing by.
Ain't no call to the Big Island Snake, and I'm looking your way. Hey, Shack, back, but I'll get back with you. Break up.
410, I stand corrected. You said you're 127.
Hey, Temple, Roger, right on. Hey, Shaq out back. Hey, I know what you're doing. Hey, I know what you're doing, a horse with no name. Hey, I'll get back with you, the 410, Roger, right on. Bye. Blah, blah. That's what he said. Hey, well done. Blah, blah, blah. Bye. Hey, right in the shack. I'll get back with you.
No, big doctor, quit stepping on me. Blah, blah, blah. Quiet.
Hey, 127.
Hey, well, I'll just put her up there on Crown of Thorns there, Temple.
50. Bring it out what you're saying on that end, man, because it got rough. Now, I don't know if you meant $2.50.
Anyway, I told blah, blah, top our dip, wait for the dip. Well, John, I'm laughing, get down.
Hey, 127. $14 on this bottom side.
Hey, Roger Dodger, thanks again for keeping it alive. I put them quarters in my rattlesnake bag while I was getting on down.
Let me pull this thing out of here. Appreciate the key up. Hey, 127, if you still got a copy on this old flea market antenna. Hey, 127, $10, $10 antenna. Bye. I heard you say back out. It's real rough. Put it on you later. Old $10 is quiet. Hello, Low-Key. Hey, Low-Key, you came in here like we the people, man. I don't know what's going to happen next key up. I don't know what Mother Nature's going to do. I'm not a wild child. In this black-on-black Cadillac, you sure would. Hello to you, my friend. Hey, Low-Key, old $10 is right back. Bye, Low-Key. You say you got it all. You got it all. We're going to wave and get on up out the way. I appreciate it. We can enjoy it. Low-Key. $10 antenna gone. Champion too. Hey, bad company. You came out to boat 10, man, like you was right here. You called. You sure got a call. $1, I'm right back. And that is just company. When you look out there, man, if it ain't a black-on-black Cadillac, it ain't me. hey, bad company. If you look out there, man, and it's a mobile like in your driveway that you don't recognize, if it ain't a black-on-black Cadillac, put the dogs on them. Let the hounds loose. Put the dogs on them, because it ain't me, 410. Mother Nature running everywhere. Let me get this black-on-black Cadillac out of here, man. I got stuff to do.
And Snake Doctor, 314 diesel.
I got stuff. I got that. Black on black Cadillac is gone.
Hey, butterfly, call, butterfly. Shake it with a wave, your wave, break a bell. Yeah, well, Roger, you up on top of the pile. I'll get back with you.
Oh, my Jeffrey dog. I'm back.
Hey, butterfly, call, wave your way. Hope you're having a blessed day. A Sunday wave snake, I put a fly and I go break a break. That's my call for George and Roger, right on. A 314 diesel car. I had to wave over there and say hello to Butterfly. A 314 diesel car where you're cruising down the highway of life. I'll get back with you.
Something about 18 years ago. Hopefully it's street legal. They're going to bust your ass. They're busting everyone. You can't ride your bike on the sidewalk no more.
Hey, good evening, 12. Hey, number 12, Keystone, Leprechaun, bottom side of Ireland, waving back at you, right?
Hey, 413, I got nickels are coming your way. I got Butterfly in Tennessee, rolling a nickel on you. Hey, 413, that's Butterfly rolling a nickel on you. And Chicken Man in the Carolinas rolling a nickel on you too. Break a break.
Monkey, sound good coming out of Michigan into the bottom side of Ireland. Hey, Grease Monkey, Leprechaun, give you a big 73, right?
Chicken Man, I'll roll that nickel to 357 in the Alamo snake, and I'm good.
Saturday afternoon.
J1 diesel and hog yard station. Snake with a half-hour Saturday wait.
Roger, 357, what that way? 172, Tucson way.
You Butterfly, I'll get back with you. I'm gone now. I'll get back with you, Butterfly.
Just like Quad Runner. Caw.
Click.
Showstoppers, skirt.
You 314 diesel car, what are you gonna do with all them nickels? You're gonna have to get to the truck shop, get you some of that, get you some of that apple pie and ice cream while I'm getting down.
That's gonna fuck your shit up. You wanna come out here and keep keying on me? I hear it's legal. I can go rip your antenna down. You keep keying on me. I heard from my old buddy, my mechanic from County Marina. It's still legal if someone keys up on you. You can go rip their antenna down. They
shots off at the police on a video on YouTube. They're worried about people that are corrupt in the world, and all these cops out here in the world are fucking corrupt, and we got bad apples everywhere. That's why we...
831 Alabama State Doctor with a 4-1 wave. I'll get back with
lights quicker than shit.
769, the Red Hawk out of Oregon, waving.
They got body cameras on.
Hey, Roger, Dodger 31, have yourself a real fine Saturday your way. Blessings, Snake, and I'm on the mail.
Yes, we thought last night was the way to go. We broke it down on this channel.
Cameras on so they can hold accountable of people's actions out there on the force. Was it someone who had body cameras up? Be quicker than shit to violate your rights. Quicker than shit. You're not an American citizen. Go back to where you come from. The quicker shit to be discrimination out here with fucking my locals all the time. And this is third state discrimination still out in our country. The people like Glasgow and Repo and Twisted and Dollar Bill want to come out here for years and tell them, hey, go back to where you belong, you wetback. With the extreme prejudice my locals have out here in Tucson against a Mexican making their life better here in the USA. Not a rascal to hit it where it hurts. You know you're out here, rascal. Hey, I heard it's legal out here in Tucson. It's still legal to rip people's antennas down when they start keying up on everyone. Watch everybody start going quiet. Maybe come on and rip your antennas down for keying up.
Coyote, that mobile's smoking. Snake with a wave up, go. Yeah, boy, Roger, right on, Willie Cody. Have a safe ride in that portable. I'll get back with you. Mississippi Station Snake Doctor, Doctor, best way you get down.
Out there in the world to skip to involve yourself with my locals down here in Tucson, Arizona. Bill Twisted and Rico.
Hey, Jim Roger, right on, a triple deuce. I hope you're having a great day. Saturday wave, triple deuce, and I go. You got them all down too. Snake off, sit back, right up it.
You're a Christian, but you come out here and put people down and start cussing. God.
You got a sharp sword tonight. Well, John, I'll stand up.
Shut the fuck up. Individual was.
Hey, well, John, you throwing them 8 balls in the corner pocket. I go.
28 for the last 2 days telling people shut the fuck up out there. They don't say the same as God out here. What the fuck is you guys' problem?
We're heading 78 out there in Kentucky. Tucson, Arizona, listening in.
said, come on down, Brigga.
Down here in the Tucson desert,
I just heard you out there. I thought I would wave at you. 511, had a little bird nest. Just got through changing.
Patriot 76.
Bird nest, California. I'm gone. Bye.
maybe you're talking to me, maybe not. There's definitely a mess out there, though, right?
10 Roger 28. Hey, 28 in the Carolinas, man, I've been slacking. I've been wanting to put this big old thick coax on that beam, and I finally got it up there. I appreciate the radio check. I appreciate the kind words. 28, we'll see you. Your 511 is gone.
Because you're out in Tucson. That's why you want to be looking forward to the feeling in Tucson.
I'll tell you, 30 dBs, I'll tell you. Hey, we'll catch you later, you're 511. I'm on the low side of this driver, too. I got more to go, but I'm not going to punish it. Catch you later on, your 511 is gone. Bye.
27, I got 4 and 1 nose right there.
raise it on up and you'll receive. Huh. Oh man, you got that right. Where do you get grape Ripple these days is what I want to know. Seriously though. What's going on out here in the cotton picking band? I just got done doing dirt work after a long week of doing dirt work. I got to come home and do dirt work. Cotton pick. A bunch of erosion control. We had the ascent of some hurricane come through here yesterday and gully washed everything down to the bottom of the property. I had to go down there and drag it all back up on an old 8N too. I know, huh? It's coming. It's coming. You know, I woke up this morning and I thought, you know what? Should I order that beam today? And I'm you know what? Just wait till you get your tower up. Wait till you get your tower. Get that thing, get your tower up, get it all situated, make it climbable, because once it's up, I'm going to have to climb it. I'm going to have to get climbing gear. It's only a 50-foot crank up, but still, you know, I'm going to have to climb that sucker. Well, it's got a hinge plate at the base. Here, I was gonna half-ass it and just bury it a little bit, and then I won't be able to fold it over. It'll get to the eave of the house, you know, until we get 90-mile-an-hour winds and it tears half my house with it. I should just pour a slab and make that hinge plate and do a winch. Now look at all this work. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of stuff going on right there. And then I've got this dog run, and if I do drop the thing down on the hinge plate, I won't be able to take it down all the way. I'll have to take it down right to where the fence is and then get on the other side of the fence and work on that thing with a step stool or a step ladder. Why do I do this? Unless you're some super rich guy, you got a man lift. You know, you don't have to be a rich guy to have a man lift. But when that, you know, that's really a sickness right there. Having a man lift just so you can work on your antenna.
We had a good old time. Nothing to worry about. No radio.
Oh, you can't beat that. That's what's up right there. See? I'll bet I got a place like that somewhere out there. That's where it's at. I'll get it up there. I'll get all my stuff together. It's just, you know, the anticipation and just building up the gosh darn, being ambitious. You're right. If you're single, I do. If you're married, it can get you kicked out. Every time I walk past it, it's going to remind me I got to do that. Get you a divorce. I don't want to get too carried away, dude. A 5. I'm thinking a 5. A widespread 5.
This big old box out of my living room.
Instead of running my ground plane off the top, I don't want to be stuck on the flat side, dude. So, I think I'll run a separate mast for my ground plane. I don't know. Maybe I'll just run it 10 feet off the top of the flat side. It's just what a mess. God, what an eyesore. I'd like to be able to go to the vertical side, get one of them old school rotors that go to the vertical side. You know, but there you have, you know, more stuff, more movement, more stuff to break. But yeah, I'll just run 2 coaxes, and that's another thing. So what happens when you've got your ground plane above your beam, and you're twisting your rotor all over the place? What about that other coax and stuff? Doesn't that get all mangled and strangled and all tangled up and shit? 665, uploading. That's a drag. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff going on. You know, I think I told you the story about when we were testing. I was over at my builder's at a shop, his house, and we were testing this box, and some lady on the other side of the fence, like 2 doors down or whatever, was up, like climbed up the side of the fence and was yelling, "Hey, that antenna's on fire! That antenna's on fire!" And sure as shit, them guy wires had that plastic or rubber or whatever on the outside, and it was on fire. And the plastic was dripping out of the sky. Zip, zip, zip. Oh, no doubt, man. That's the whole blanket all the way above, all the way It happens too. It happens. I remember telling friends my neighbors would, when I was a kid, I just had a Mako, or one of them Alpha V58 ground planes, the Mako thing up there, and just some cheap Radio Shack coax, tandy wire. I think I ran a Palomar 300A and a Washington, and boy, it's enough to back then it didn't take much. 5 watts would get into anyone's stuff, but I had neighbors that were coming unglued and hanging on the door saying they thought that I was deliberately doing that and talking shit to them through their doorbell. And my neighbor on the other side of me said, "It sounds like there's voices coming out of my razor, my electric razor." don't understand. You know, it takes them a while sometimes. I'm going to say something. I had one guy, and this was probably like 2006, 2007, something like that. And it was before I lived out here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we were close by. I mean, everything was within feet from each other. And I hear this banging on like the back wall. I'm like, what is going on back there? And the guy has like a pool. I look out my window, and the guy has a pool net extended out, and he's smacking the roof of my house with it. I can hear you coming through my stereo, and he's smacking the roof of my house with a pool net. Oh, yeah. He says, I've been listening to this forever. He says,
Hello, radio.
well, that's what I was saying. I need to get one of them rotors that does that. So it's vertical and horizontal at the same time? Really? Yeah, but how well does that work, though? I've never heard of an antenna being badass that does both things. I mean, it's one thing or another. Pills. What were they? Were they Motorola's, or did you have the 20 Toshibas in there? 2079. Oh yeah. Well, you know, remember when Toshibas were cheap? You get a big sack of those things. You know, like 40 cents a transistor or whatever it was. You remember that? Am I nuts? I remember those Toshiba 2879s just were Ziploc bags full of them. The big Ziploc bags. You know? For cheap. You told her what they were worth? Oh, wow. God, can you imagine? Sandbag your stockpile of 2879s. Man, what a drag. That's sneaky right there. That's some sneaky stuff. I've never heard of a woman doing that. take much to smoke a pillbox. Boy, it doesn't. They're sensitive. The thing is back then they were inexpensive to replace. Toshibas, I was looking at those. There's some fakies out there too. I know you got to know, but some of these guys have stockpiles, like you're saying. They've got containers and full of 2879 Toshibas. They're selling them for $200 a transistor. Come on. They're green all the time. Oh, yeah. That's just it. It don't take much, and transistors have a tendency to die of heat stroke, especially when C-beers get a hold of them. They'll take it, but I mean, you get an SWR spike or, something funny going on later. There's your smoke. No, that ain't cool to get something for a deal and then turn around and sell it. It's one thing, to kick down to a friend and think, yeah, you know what? I hope you enjoy this. It's a badass amplifier, and then they don't even run it. They turn around and sell it and make a buck. That's just a big FU as far as I see it. That totally ain't cool. Yeah, the good old days, man. It's expensive. I got a friend that's selling a bunch of stuff. It's all packed full of Toshibas. He wants an arm and a leg for everything. I don't need any more crap, Although, it's hard to not buy crap. It's a sickness, like I said, my linen closet, my linen cabinets, my hallway cabinet, all the cabinets in there are full of CB crap, amplifiers and radios and mics and shit. Yeah, I got a collection of stuff that needs work. I got three. There's three sweep tube amps right here. Golden Eagle 1K Golden Eagle by Ken Rich. I don't know if you remember those things. It's got some 28 volt tubes in it, I think. Anyhow, there's a Palomar 300A, an HEC B500. I've got three. Actually, I've got an M4V, an M1200, and an M800. God, those things need to be gone through. The M1200. Good. Big. And then there's that M4V. It's got the Motorola's in it. That's a cream puff. That thing never got used. But I don't. I'm not going to use that. I got this.
Not stupid, are you, rascal?
Well, yeah, you said that you put them high output tubes in there, though. You know what my DX300 does around on the bird, on high? It does like 400 watts. That's what they do. It peps out at like 1,000 watts or something, 1,100 watts, if I remember correct. But that's not real. Those pep watts, all that dosy watts and stuff, that ain't real. That's just a voltage spike telling a needle to move a little further. That ain't real bird. That's not bird stuff. That's not slug watts. You know what I mean? But you say 300 or whatever on the low side. I didn't know the transformer would have that kind of amperage. Yeah, that's just the thing. Like them Henry amplifiers and their those Heathkit things and all that stuff. And they've got some of those amplifiers have tubes in them where the amplifier will do 3 kW, but they're only getting 1,200, 1,500 watts out of them. That's because it won't do it. And that's what keeps them tubes alive for so long. It's not meant for CBers to get on it and crank shit up full blast like we do. It's made for some ham nerd to use it for the rest of his nerdy ham life. Day. You're not even breaking a sweat, huh? And then I think that was the theory. It wasn't meant for guys like us to get hold of some of these steel tubes and they're rated at 1,500 watts, and here we are pulling 3,500 watts out of them. Yeah, Class C, straight hammer, Class C hammer. Take all that filtering out, all that nonsense out, and get the best bang for your buck. Class C. That's what I'm going to do next. Well, until I get this DX300 up and going again. And I got a hold of it was the same builder that built this box. He took a Heathkit and basically just cleaned it up and put it in a different box and made it look cool, and just made the interior of this box look like a jewelry box. Filtered everything out, shielded everything, just badass with the, soft started everything. It's kind of seamless. I'm going to loaf that Z into this big box and see what happens. Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I know you like those Z tubes. So, what, is it not going to perform if I don't hit it hard enough? Is it not going to do anything? What if I hit that Z tube, with like 25 watts, and maybe I'll only get a couple 250 watts out of it, and then I'll throw that into my steel nuts box.
Right there. There's a big train right there, and it's stopping like crossing the street. Can somebody please help me? Help!
Yep. Well, now, if I use that single tube box as a standalone box, I can hit it with my 2995 that does like 100 watts or something, 120 watts or whatever. I mean, that would be perfect. It'd be too much to throw at my steel box because it's a low drive amplifier. But like I said, if I loaf my Cobra 2000 into that thing, I think I can get a good sound out of it.
350 Iowa. 350.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Got it all 350. I got it all 350 Iowa. Have a good rest of the day, old man. Get back.
No, I think I'll wait for this job to end. And while I'm sitting here on the couch, and that's when I usually start spending money, when I'm sitting on the couch with no job. You know what I mean? When I'm sitting at home and I ain't got no job, that's when I start spending it.
Listen, it's wild down here.
And that, you know, and that's what lights the fire under my ass to go back to work. I'm all, well, I just spent a ton of money. I gotta go back to work now.
Hey, Rascal, get my fuel plant out there at 30 or I what's going to do. You going to get that all up?
Well, there's like 1,000 stations in my receive right now, all doubling and keying over each other. What am I thinking? We're good. Everything's good. Man, I don't have any reflect right now. That hurricane that came through here and got the ground nice and wet. And I tell you, it dropped my reflect down another 5 watts. But, yeah, it is kind of a big deal. Because, I mean, I like seeing that. I like looking at that 50-watt slug in reverse and not seeing it hardly bump it. You know, what's a good fun? With how much output? Okay, I know it's doable. You know, let's just say this. I'm putting the 10K slug to the test, and I got like 1, it goes up. I go down 1, it goes up. This is it, man. And it took a long time. A lot of climbing up and down that ladder to get it like that. it's just tedious work. You know what I mean? You bump it a little too far, and you're out in no man's land, and you bring it back down a little too far, and you're down there off the scale. But when you get it, when you nail it perfectly, that right there that's a good feeling. Until you get some fog or humidity or some weird weather and everything's all wacky, then you're up there fiddling with it again, and it's not the antenna, it's the atmosphere. That's a good idea. Get one of them misters. Get a mister spray. And crack your hose bib on just a crack, and get it to where it drizzles down and hits the top of your ground rod and just saturates that area. That's a good idea. So the bucket is above the surface, okay? And you just like, okay, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Way back when, well, I did it a couple times, is I dumped a bag of rock salt down there, dug the hole, pounded the rod down there, dumped the rock salt, filled it with water, and then backfilled it. I don't know if it ever worked, but I heard it. Salt helps. Okay, so you've seen it done too. I've tried it, and I don't know if it worked or not. How do you know? You know, you either got to anyhow, whatever works, right? The struggle for bodaciousness is real. Especially back in the day when we were all mud ducks. They didn't have this stuff, you know. If you wanted a big box, hell, you were looking at getting hold of a Henry and running it on 10 meter or you know, one of them heat kit things, or one of Messenger's big amplifiers, because nothing else was out there. You know, Palomar. Once I sold them, my wife. Oh yeah, you had a couple. If you had a couple of glass IMAX, yeah, you were. Exactly. Yeah, like I say, you had a you had one of them heat kit things. You were the man. But I mean, that's all. Those are antiques now. You know, with what they're building these days. You know, get your wallet out. What do you want? You're a dumbass. Authorizing police reports, you can be charged for that. My sister keeps calling my nephew, my sister's other kid, David and Joshua.
Hey, big dog, you're making a lot of noise around Los Angeles camp, big dog. What are you right to Los Angeles camp?
And he's being watched by FBI.
Hey,
about making a death killer one. I don't know. Things are kind of mellow. You know what I mean? Well, I'm sure I still got the haters, but I got a haters club. You know, but it's not. The conditions aren't the same. You know how the two-way is. People come and people go. You know, not too many people stick around for years. You know, people get into their CB phase and then it fizzles out.
104, 104, Illinois, trying bum bum. Sandy's got weed in the mill.
I'll do it tonight, and then I'll hunt you down. It shouldn't be hard. You're probably on the Hammer websites or on one of them Watergate things. Right. I hear you on that. Okay. Yeah, I'll whip one of them up. And I got to call, what's his name, and have him make me a beam. It's going to cost me $1,000 for that antenna I want. I know you said just get a Mako, but I'm weird, and I just for some reason I feel like if I spend more money on it, I got a better product. And you usually do, you know what I mean? It's made out of that coily material, you know. It's made out of the good stuff, and it'll be all measured. It's
made out of bad stuff. It's made right out of the bad stuff. 104.
And you know, fasten it together and throw it up there and talk. I was thinking about maybe buying a coil. I know another guy that makes the same grade aluminum antennas also, but like I said, it's $1,000. He doesn't advertise them, you know. No, they ain't making a whole lot. You know, they're getting their name out there. They ain't making antennas. But yeah, you're right. That aluminum ain't cheap.
Hey, EMP Pockets 511 Wave. Hey, EMP Pockets 511 Bird Nest, California, Wave and Brigham. I hear you out there, 31 North Alabama, no doubt about it. I just wanted to wait out there. I was trying to get an empty pockets receive, man, but he's talking to somebody else. Hey, 31, you have a good one out there, man. We'll catch you later. You're 511 around the burn nest. We got it. Bye. You guys have a good old day out there. God bless you all. 511 out here around the burn nest in California. I'm going to get on down the road. We'll see you. Bye.
Ring the bell.
I hear you out there in Missouri, big dog, no doubt about it. I hear you out there in Missouri. I'm waving to you, man, no doubt about it. You're 511. I'm waking you up. 511 says hello. Come on. Alright, big dog, have a good old day. I'm going to turn this thing off. I switched my coax out today on this big old BL8 Gizmochi beam, and I'm going to get on down the road. Catch you later on Big Dog 511 around Cali. Down now.
How about a DX?
You out.
76, Southern California.
You want me to tell you down? on. You made my day. I'm gone. See you, Tucker. We'll catch you later. 511 up here around Yosemite National Park, way up here high in the California foothills. I'm gone. Bye.
Roger that, man. Well, you sounding good out here today. Heard you in there and just figured I'd give you a wave. 316, you and yours have a good one. I'm back out.
Hey, Roger, big dog. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get out of here, man. I'll let you get back to your local talking. I didn't mean to get in there and interrupt your local talking. Hey, we'll catch you later. Big dog, you're 511. I'm going to get out here and go 10-7. Bye-bye-bye. You're doing the same thing to me, big dog. You got my receive pin back. You got that needle on this old 2517 Galaxy all the way to the right. We'll catch you later. Bye-bye-bye.
Funky Frisco Bay.
Hell yeah. Let me get on down. I'm bumping the mail and giving them hell.
Well, that was a mess. Hello, 99 out there in the Big Apple. And that Carl built, hey, 99, honky Frisco Bay, waving a hand. Roger that, brother. Sounding good today out in my radio. You and yours take care. Honky standing by.
DX land. How about it? Anybody out here got a copy on Patriot 76?
We're going to give it a try. Old pork chop. Pork chop.
How about that 99 in the Big Apple? How about it 99? Patriot 76, Ventura, California. Hey, go ahead. You got Patriot 76 here.
Oh, we heard somebody trying to get back to pork chop. It's a little rough and tough on this. You can always cut to the door. Pork chop. Northwest corner. I'm off the key. There we go. I think we're here to 100.
I'm seeing if I can get this radio across the country to that 99 up in the Big Apple. Hey, 99 Big Apple, Patriot 76, Southern California.
Trigger man, top of the day to you, Old Pork Chop, Northwest Oregon. I'm off the key.
Hey, 99 up there in New York, Patriot 76, California, trying. I guess this radio ain't making it to New York. Patriot 76 back reading the mail. $24.75, Patriot 76, California, waving a hand.
just been a mess. That's what you said. We hear you out here around Oregon. 28 around the Carolinas.
You're not going to be hearing that devil coming out of Tucson, Arizona. When I got my finger down.
Let's get this cotton picking thing key down on my side of town.
Out there, 1-2-1-2, while I rebuke the devil out here in Tucson, Arizona.
I can hear you.
Yes, sir. That radio is working, and it's working fine. 154, you'll be home. Great weekend. Stay safe, stay alert, and make sure that nobody tries to hoodwink you. 454, Holy Homeland, Tucson. I'm standing by. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what there, Matthew. I'm going to get rid of that devil in you. I'm going to get rid of that demon, that's for sure. 454. Glory, oh man, with the small hammer, I'm putting it down. I'm not listening to a word you got to say. Matthew. You need to go grab a Bible and start reading it. There, three-legged dogs. What happened to your fourth leg?
You need to read the Bible. You're the one that keeps calling me a Chucky J. Because I keyed up on you. And I have your recording today. And I keyed up on you, and that's why you called me a Chucky J.
Three-legged dog. I hear you standing by listening. I got a demon out here in the desert. He's out here trying to plug up my ears. I rebuke that devil. Three-legged dog, have yourself a great weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy, and don't let the government hoodwink you. And we'll put it on you later. 454, your repo, and that Tucson, Arizona desert just got down. Roger. All right, three-legged dog, stay safe. 454, your repo. Tucson, Arizona just got down. Roger.
Hello, Einstein, mailman, bumping it down right there. All right, Einstein, take care over there, man. Sounding all kinds of good. I'm out here bumping the mail. Yeah, they're in there doing that silly stuff down in Texas. Cornbread. We're out here doing our thing, man, stirring it up a little. Take care. Cornbread, cornbread. Alright, I'm gonna jump out here. He's strung out on that white powder.
Whereupon that you can let small radio talk today.
That white powdery shit, yeah, that'll make you stay up for a couple days. You might need to clean up over there. You might need to pressure wash that place. Anyways, yeah, I'm pointing down towards Texas, so to the East Coast, especially when you're going different areas. Well, you're definitely full of shit then if you ain't been in 3 days. That's right, you're damn full, packed right to the top. Alright, Cornbread, don't get out of the way here and let it open up. Bump you on you later.
One more time for that scorch on the porch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, Mr. Green.
Hey, Tall Tree, now he's in South Carolina. Hey, Tall Tree, well, I was talking to you in South Carolina. I'm out here in Arizona. I'm down on the cotton picking pedal.
I heard somebody coming for Mr. Green, and then somebody got a squealy mic. Drowned you out. This is all Mr. Green up here in the northwest corner.
He said he'd been up for 3 days, man. He's on the white line fever.
There's no Mr. Green up here in the northwest corner with the weight to you. It's rough and tough. Rough and tough up here in the northwest corner.
Fever, he's packed full of shit. He ain't been to the bathroom. You gotta be packed full of shit.
Mr. Green. I'm back reading the mail. Washington State, looking for contact.
Unit 1, you just threw a blanket over everybody, man. You just, quiet down the party, man, and hit your main entrance. Unit 1, Washington State, 316, Many Grass, Wayman, Aloha.
Appreciate the contact. Have a good one. Unit 1, Southwest Washington State, mainland U.S.
That's the way the bus driver don't see what you're doing. Now, how about that DX? How about that DX out there, 133? 133 TJ Borders standing by. Sounding real good around San Diego, man. 133 in the South Bay. I have no doubt there, Mr. Cornbread. Always good hearing you out there, too, even though I haven't heard you for a little bit. Well, maybe we've just been missing each other. Have a good one out there, Cornbread, as I scan around the frequencies and, do my thing out here. Have a good day out there, 133 San Diego.
radio, blah, blah, blah.
Cornbread, what's 920 sound like right there? Hey, Cornbread, nice guy, 300 birds. Somebody said he wasn't going to make it back. I didn't get you 28, but somebody said he wasn't going to make it back there, right?
You hear that cornbread?
That's radio cut off.
There you go. You done it all, done it all, wild down. There is two.
I see you. sounding good around the KY, man. You said ain't no watts, just a big antenna. Hey, Bender, nice guys, right back.
Hold door, not the left-hand corner.
Right, Bender, you said it ain't nothing but 350 bird. That's what you said. That damn wild child tearing my radio up. Hey, Bender, take care. Nice guy. I'm in the clear. I'll see you. You took cornbread out of the oven over there. Hey, wild child, you took him out of the oven, break.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Trevor. Good afternoon, sir.
Damn relay just blew up in my big box, so I had to replace it. Just had to make sure everything was working right back on the workbench there, 410. Okay, sir. Everything's working. Let me back it back down. Let me back it back on down. Don't need to pump back there. I just tested. Yeah, 0505, crazy white boy in Bermuda at the workbench right back at you.
Louis and Brady. What a mix.
Yeah, who's that? Okay, on 21, 8 o'clock. My box here, my big box, so I had to replace it, so I just put in the new relay. Get him over here, test everything out, make sure she's working there, order. Yeah, I just took it out just now, replaced it, I put the new one in and rewired it, put it back like it was, and send that, I can't tell you how many watts, but send that watts back to it there, tempo.
We're 172, Tucson. You tell them I said that.
That doggone Mother Nature's moving around. That's what's going on.
You know, you got to know how to do it, man. If not, you got to put it in the shop there, 410.
Yeah, they do. It's like the DDJ. They got the same thing, man.
Yeah, people. Alright, let me get back down on the tracks.
Hey, Matthew, you need to go grab a Bible and get rid of that demon inside you.
Yes, sir. Alright, you got to take care of them all your time. We say greetings, love, and number 505 Bermuda. Okay, hang on. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that. I knew Freddie was out there. I didn't know who he was out there.
Matthew, grab a Bible and start reading it.
I know I didn't do up a relay in this box here, and just had it on the workbench, put the new one in, kind of everything.
No, you're not going to try to do anything in the corner.
guys and what you've been saying about me out here and saying you say you believe in Christ. I want to make sure they will know it. Where's the church you go to? Because I want to show up to your church. What church do you go to on Broadway? Because you guys are talking to Super Lazy on there.
I sure am glad he ain't got no big radio. I can't hear him talking.
Pick you up and bring you to church, Matthew. If you want to know what church I go to, I'll come over there, pick you up, and take you to church with me.
Nature coming to the west side, shotgun base 061. High Desert, Northern Nevada 061. Break.
I think
Hey, we got a little bit of conditions out there, right, with 91 in Alabama. Hey, I appreciate the get back this way. Sounding good.
What, did he run out of Vaseline on his hands?
Yeah, who's calling audio? Go ahead, you got audio.
Yeah, Mother Nature's kind of moving around there. Hey, 91 once again there. 91 Alabama. Appreciate the get back here to the west side. We're going to let...
Okay, there, 31. Well, you have a good day out there, man. You got audio down here on the TJ border.
We're standing by.
Like I said, anytime you want to go to church, you just tell me. I'll come over there, pick you up, and take you to church with me.
Sounds like somebody out there calling us mud duck again.
I'm down here on the TJ border, man. Down here in San Diego, man. They call me audio down here.
Matthew, anytime you want to go to church, I'll come over there, pick you up, and take you to church with me.
Yeah, well, sometimes it ain't bad being comfortable.
Out there, Yellow Jacket, how about at 133?
So if you want to go to church or you want to find out what church I go to, Matthew, you just say the word. I'll come over there on Sunday and pick you up in the morning and take you to church with me and my wife.
How about it, DX? Got 212 Central Cal.
I guess that demon in you doesn't want to go to church.
Yeah, no doubt there. Out of the radio room. I've been in and out
all day long.
All day, man, just jumping in and doing a little BS whenever I get a chance. Have a good one out there, Yellow Jacket, 133 on the TJ border.
Shorty, Patriot 76, California.
Nobody told me not to talk to you. Nobody told me not to talk to anybody. Let's get out here
everybody sounded good. But I wanted to let you know you're doing a good job. Thank you, man. Said that. All right, my friend. Well, that thing's doing a good job for you. Keep up the good work out there, because it's working. Highwayman and the Tater Patch, we're listening up. We thank you.
You never heard those words come out of my mouth, Matthew. You never heard those words come out of my mouth.
Well, I'll be dead now. They're still up there in the Panhandle, ain't I? Call me dirty old man in Eastern Oregon. Okay, 392 sounding good in my hood, brother. Dirty old man, I'm back quiet. Heard a 203, I didn't. I heard you say Southern somewhere, but I thought you said Kansas almost.
No, I'm not done yet. Let them know. You ain't got Paul Kenny over the radio. I'm not afraid out. Are you kidding? You're behind the microphone, pussy. Yeah, you
Oh, you just gotta stay in there and stay on it. Eventually, you'll sneak through the pile. Roger on the hog yard. Well, you snuck through there that time.
Shit, nothing but a woman. Nothing but a woman, Rico. That's right.
Good afternoon, 203. Good afternoon, 203. Jack Rabbit just run this little driver. Do me a favor, throw a big old friendly fire to my good friend, dirty old man over there at Eastern Oregon. Old Jack Rabbit sneaking in here, waving a Saturday afternoon wave.
Last I heard, you were on welfare. What the hell happened?
Hey, Jack Rabbit, we're back at you, 718.
Hey, you tell old Jack Rabbit you owed that nickel. You owed that nickel right into me. All right, sounds good. Tell old Jack Rabbit, take care. Love him, brother. Tell him dirty old man said I love you. I just wish there's more of you. Dirty old man, I'm back quiet.
Alright, 203, I'm gonna get back in the position. Thanks for passing that 5. That dirty old man's a good guy, a good friend out there at Eastern Oregon. Alright, 203, I'm gonna get out of the way with this little old driver if I'm even in the way. 203, I'm back in the bushes reading your mail. Bye-bye.
Chump out here.
Hey, Jack Rabbit.
Alright, 203, I run a 6-element. This is a little driver TX800 old school 4-pill is all I'm talking about right now. Alright, 203, I'm out of the way and get back here and read the mail, see what kind of junk's out here. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send me a picture. I can't
with the wave. Alright, 454. I run this is the old school TX800, you know what that is. That's all I'm running right now. 454, old Jackrabbit. Do you be talking what I'm talking about?
Good to hear you out there, my friend. Enjoy the talk show. I'm going to give me something to drink. I'll be right back.
Johnny Socket working these 100 bird wops.
sitting on a six-pack back down here in Tucson. I don't know if he's still alive or not, how old he is, if he's still alive today. We used to have a six-pack back out here on the radio back on 14 back in the 90s.
Jiminy Creek it does.
My most favorite one out there who's been out there radio. That's right, yes sir.
Go 47 Central, Indiana, Soul Control, Bakersfield.
That's about. And how long ago they passed away.
Hello, 203. He was on top in my receive. Soul Control, waving. Well, how was the train wreck for both of you? 203 and 47. KW Kid. Alright, big brother. Take care till we do it again. Soul Control. I'll see ya.
Or you asshole garage.
31, you're with me, old two, I'll wave it to you. Out here in the damn deserts of Arizona, Roger. Yeah, truck was tough on the old Dewey. It got real bad now. But we heard you. Pull down my receipt. 31. Good to hear you. 2 out, back line. Yes, sir, go ahead. I hear you in Arkansas. Sounding good today. Okay, yeah, you're definitely making that trip from the Razorback. BO2 out here in the desert, and we're back quiet. Okay, I heard you out there 2454. Sounding good, especially this late in the afternoon there, Roger. Go ahead and talk about it again before we'll murder nature. Pull the turn back down there, Jimbo.
Clean up on aisle 33.
Too many big radios out there.
Have a good night. We'll back up the key. Knocked it off the track for sure. All the way in the trade station, making it down to Tucson, right? God bless you and yours. Shall we do it again? 555, we're clear. That is Repo's man's number. Getting up. Chicago, Chi-Town, the Windy City, no doubt about it. We hear you loud and proud out here in Northern California. The land of the crazy. No doubt. I'm trying to get out. 507, back reading the mail. Check 1, 2's working. Oh yeah, most definitely you got her dialed in, man. Trying to do that in Tucson, Arizona. Tucson, Arizona, baby, you sounded mighty fine. 96.1 waving. Hey, check my feed. Take some flowers, keep some for yourself. 961, Tucson, Arizona, by crowd.
No, just listening.
Northwest Oregon, I'm off the beat. I guess my little walkie-talkie just ain't getting out there today. Old pork chop, Northwest Oregon, I'm off the key.
Shaggy Ground, we're standing by.
to Hollywood.
Hey, DX-Land, 718, Monterey, Cal.
Ricochet, old jackrabbit in the desert with the waves.
No, he's just that old poker video.
Come on, Mother Nature. Drop by my place. Hollywood. Mountain man waving. 718, Monterey, Cal. Need a little help right now.
Hey, Ricochet, I got that with 0757, but old jackrabbit's out here working about junk. Try to get your radio. Ricochet, jackrabbit with the Saturday afternoon wave. Bye-bye.
Oh boy, 327, Riverside County, SoCal. Doing it barefoot today. Just 1, 2, 3. No doubt about it. Mother Nature's working out here in Riverside County, 320.
Good afternoon, time around DX-Land. Hey, Jesse, I hear you real well also out here in Monterey County.
Hey, 365 Central Texas, how about 365 being a 1934 portable around Los Angeles? Standing by.
Big 5, come on.
About you. Come on. I got you there. I can hear everybody at the same time all the time there. Looks like out here in Riverside County. Riverside.
warming up this espresso machine.
Convinced Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is
Hey, 665, how about it, 665, Southern California, great.
Hey, hello, 7-8 in the bluegrass steak with a high five. Where you getting down?
the videos I've seen have murder, kidnapping, and the home. There's a level of evil you don't want to see. It's something that will never leave you. And here we are.
Freddie won't be back. Freddie won't be coming back. He just found out Fireball came on the radio. So are you talking about me, or are you talking about
After short of that, it takes a long time to clean out a place like Gaza that is filled with known terrorists. Anyway, the president has put forward his 20-point peace plan. Reluctantly, I'm ready on this prisoner swap, especially.
Hey, I'm waving right back to you there. No doubt about it there, Ricochet. Oh, yeah, that was me. I didn't think you'd be able to hear 511. I thought you
California is where I am. 265.
The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, when he had the strong pressure last week from President Trump announcing that he would support this deal, and both the President and the Prime Minister said they will finish the job. President Trump said they will unleash hell as well.
Hey, Ricochet.
Yeah, I know. I am about that conditions right now. Hey, Ricochet, I am about to go to the conditions anyway. Hey, Ricochet, Fireball was waving.
There's quite a few in there at the same doggone time. 327 out here in Riverside County, Southern Cal. Just enjoying the Mother Nature.
Overwaving the deer slayer.
They had peace 12 days later. The same president, these people seem to understand the Trump doctrine and interpret it as interpret money in a way that nobody else has used it before. Here's Marco Rubio commenting on radio.
Well, I want to start with these peaceable solutions in the Middle East. Is this now the end of the war in Gaza?
Mr. Morgan has to be done. I agree and appreciate you to come and understand that.
Hey, the great horned owl, deer slayer. Deer slayer is the great horned owl. I'm not running a whole lot, so you probably can't hear me, but I'm just counting on my radio. I can jump on real good. Different radio and a little different power if you need it.
What kind of conditions out there around DX land? 475 Johnny Socket, Hercules Hunterbird, Watch.
California, right? California is waving a hand. Stay safe, all right, brother, take care.
But a lot of lives will be lost. This seems to be Hamas's last chance.
got that ricochet? That ricochet in Georgia. 007 Ricochet, California.
Ready to go. Got it all addressed. And I got it ready to go. So there'll be something coming somewhere around the
Make that trip. Yeah, find out that way. Radio's out there tonight. Don't do it again. 007 Ricochet, California. Living out back there. Ricochet, Georgia. Well, that's why.
Well, good afternoon to you, Wild Child. I just got back from hanging out with Sheep Herder. We had a good old time. Now I'm back home, and I'll be ready to hit the you-know-what on Monday, break. He's been busy as hell, man. He's had all these little scissors and all these little things, and he showed me how to do it. That's what I wanted to learn. I was like, oh, man, no way, man. I don't got that much patience. Yeah, man, we were doing. I did one leg, one piece of branch with the little things. So this is what they got to look like, and I was like, all right. Man, it took me about 20 minutes to get one that looked good. We got to cut all the little leaves and stuff off.
I had some audio and my mud duck, West Coast radio.
Oh, no, those are on there. I know what you're talking about. These look like the ones you mailed. But the other leaves, I don't know, the brown ones. You got to get all the brown ones off.
Who's keen on what, where, when, why, how? Northern California's being nosy and we're confused.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still got the little sugar leaves on it. It's just the outside's got the part where it takes in the water around the stuff. That's the stuff I trimmed. Yeah, I put the dryer whatever in the bag, not inside, on the outside, and then I wrapped it with tinfoil. Oh, they're not supposed to be in the food seal part? Are they going to get ruined? Do I got to take it back apart? All right, I'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Check. Hello.
Georgia. Bye, Ricochet on Delta. Have a good evening time now. 420 on Honolulu. Bye-bye. You guys have a good weekend around there, DXN. Bye-bye.
That Honolulu. Bringer. Audio. Hello. Honolulu. Stack and Shack, Mojave Desert, getting on down. What's going on, man? Stack and Shack, getting on down.
Hello, Ricochet, Soul Control, waving.
Hello, radio. Bringer. No, Einstein, Stack and Shack.
Sure is messy out there today, Brenda.
Hey, 401. I hear you too, bro. Waving a hand. 401. Stack standing by.
Oh, that radio's busy out there today. Oh, that radio's busy out there today.
Hello, one-time skyscraper. Hello, one-time skyscraper. Soul Control, Bakersfield with a wave.
Check, Northern Nevada.
I got Junior, but I couldn't quite pull the rest of that. I heard Junior call my name, but I couldn't pull the rest of that. California is back on the mail.
One 901 Mobile keyed up.
Take care, skyscraper. I appreciate your shot, bro. Sure do. Evening time. I'll talk to you later. Stack standing by.
Okay, so we do it again. 007 California.
Northern corner from Northern Nevada, Lake Dome, 191 clear.
Hello, Hollywood.
Radio Breaker.
Let me be the one with some good ass audio and a broadcasting station, no doubt about it. Let me be that one with some good ass audio in this broadcast station. I'm getting down.
Snake guy, they're waving through, break up.
A big hand is waving, skyscraper. Jelly belly, get down.
Hey, Roger, Dodger, skyscraper, we all up in my character's prayers this evening. Hey, skyscraper, have a real fine evening your way. Say, bro, doctor, break up.
Sky. Hello, skyscraper. Breaker.
Hey, Roger, Dodger, skyscraper. Hey, have a great evening down that way. A snake and a roll doctor. I'll get back with ya. Have a real fun Saturday evening. Break by.
Jack. Hello.
Domino in Boston, you're the only one making over the top of all that noise. Oh, you rascal, you got it going on. Take it.
Pull out there, skyscraper, your low budget.
Domino in Boston, Mountain Man, Long Beach, Washington, with that big evening wave.
Getting on down. 8401, skyscraper, your low budget.
That 128, we got it going on, take it. Keyed up, Nebraska, 124, you jumped in on that radio. Evening time, Nebraska, 1.
Hey, good to hear you, man. Hope all's well and swell. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, my friend. Your low budget out on the west side.
Hey, 401, your soul control trying. Hey, 401, you tell that low budget soul control was waving. Hey, 401, you got a copy on soul control?
Hey, Nebraska, 1-2.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Conditions are kind of strange. Hey, 401, good to hear you out there. Your 513 low-budget radio out here, man. Have a good weekend.
401, soul control, Bakersfield trying. All right, big brother, I just want to see if I could get up in your receiver and wave a 4-1. You tell that low budget a friend of mine, soul control, was waving. Hey, 401, soul, I'll see ya.
Check, radio 1-2. Audio check. Breaker.
Sweet Westerners.
Looks fine and dandy. It's the way I like it, I like it.
Alrighty then.
North Carolina, 5.
Yeah, Bender with that live game rolling. St. Actor, Texas, that's where you get down. Hey, Bender, have yourself a real fine Saturday evening. Right there, break up.
Good.
Buddy B, they roughing you up, man. I can help you do something about it, you know. Good evening, time, Buddy B in New Orleans. 505 East Side Bermuda, Mike.
No, man, Jelly Belly's waving that friendly 401. If you could, if you would, tell Mel, man, Jelly Belly's waving that 401 I got down.
Oh, damn, Buddy B, I saw this 40 dB in my receiver. I thought you was a local over this end. But good evening, sir. Sounding good in the Bermuda Islands there, 410. Butterbean, y'all hear is upset, couldn't key down today, kind of blew up the big box, relay popped out on it, so I got him here, put in a new relay, made sure everything was in place, dropped that key down, and she's doing just what she's supposed to be doing, so he'll be alright tomorrow morning, get out there on the tracks and do his thing there, 410. The 73 still love to the family. From baby 505 and myself also. 73 love. Hey dear, God's blessings. 505 will leave and say thank you, sir. Beautiful sunny day in the northwest corner of Washington State. Good evening, around Washington State. You got a copy? 505 Bermuda.
Ricochet's out there playing, you're out there playing, and it's funny, you guys trade off, it seems like. Most of the time you're in there, so every once in a while he gets in there when you're in there. But, by golly, it's sure fun to hear both of you. Hey, Nail Driver, you have a good evening down that way and a good rest of your weekend, my friend.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, you kind of owned yeah, doggone, you owned the radio that time, but you guys are in there, definitely switch around. Talk to you later, we'll see you.
Hey, Frederick, you got a copy on the Big Thunder up here in the Grand Canyon?
But it's Big Al. How about it, Nail Driver? Big Al waving. California, bringer.
I want to know there, State Line, what's in line after that JB-12? Highwayman and the Tater Patch is curious.
You've been in my radio, man. Been listening to the talk show out there, so sounded good. Big old Saturday wave right back at you, man. Nail Driver from Big Al. Well, 10-4, man, thanks for trying. I know it's rough out there, so Nail Driver roll. I'm going to get out of the way. Big Al, this little station, we're back quiet.
Line besides that JB-12, you're smoking up here in the Tater Patch. Good evening, State Line at 276, and get out the key for a minute.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about 50 dB of noise. Big old train wreck, but anyways, yeah, good thing we can make it to your radio there, Nail Driver. I hear 800 out there, too, so it's just a matter of time. Mother Nature brings them into my radio. It's coming. Nail Driver, Big Al, waving.
Hey, I want to know there, if you're going to be out there advertising them, are they also known as chicken nuggets?
How about that 800? That 800 on the State Line. 007, because California is waving our hand.
Roger. All right, man, we'll catch you later. I'm back quiet.
Hey, State Line, they call them things chicken nuggets in most places. I guess 276 has got your receiver pinned up, and we're standing by.
Ricochet's out there on turning up, but taking orders of gizzard tacos and chicken heart tacos. State Line, you got a grip.
I guess State Line knows I know Roger on my radio out here in Utah. We'll get back on State Line. Old big ground plane. I'm back quiet.
Don't get some duck feet. So you can drill up some duck feet now. You can drill up the duck feet, Roger.
Transistors go.
Yeah, 800 on the line. I want to know is that can I get a golden rooster roast?
You got them chicken nuggets a frying, what do you think?
So nice and crunchy with salt on it. Yeah, he's offering up some duck feet if you want them.
Yes, I said, well, Roger, right on. Yeah, I just want to get a line. Give me a couple of them booster balls. Put it all down there. 800, I'll get on down.
Sure. EX469 phones and Central Desire.
Oh, Park, Kansas City. I'm on the mail.
You're making too much noise, Nail Driver. You're going to get a violation, brother.
Working, nice guy, Utah, Weekend Road.
Yeah, it sounds like a real good plan to me. Yeah, it sounds like a real good plan to me. Stay calm, baby.
You keep it up, you might get a violation rate.
Sounding grand on the band down here in Kingman, Arizona. Ricochet.
Boy, I don't know. Advertising all this food out here. Here, make some.
Hey, break, you Neil Driver, buddy, big snake, talk to that. Wait, coming down, baby.
Once you get down the truck, so hey, Nail Driver, you're welcome to
Over at State Line's place, you can get you some chicken nuggets.
Test 1, 2. Chicken, man, eating a time we chicken, man, I go. Roger, right on, Neil Driver. Okay, just Jack, kicking up his heels up back. Have a great eat out. I'll get back with you.
Yeah, there we go. That sounds a little better. I'll have
chicken balls from the chicken truck. Hey, Ricochet, you get them rooster balls from the chicken truck driver, Tempo. He up there running the state line. You get them rooster balls up there on the state line, Tempo, from the chicken truck.
Are you serving up them chicken nuggets over there?
Roger, Dodger, sell out fast.
Well, man, you're hauling
chickens and rooster ball. Chickens got balls up on the state line. He's the only one got chickens with balls.
Oh, 45, and not 25 on the state line down there. Oh, 800, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, Neil Driver. It's rooster balls, not chicken balls. It's rooster Ball.
Hello, around the band, 352 downtown Los Angeles, stand about.
Hey, it's kind of like rattlesnake egg. Dakota.
For sure. And they're frying them up.
Too far around Mississippi, 352 waving a Saturday wave. Come on, let's ride.
Hey, Ricochet, he's hauling them rooster balls. Hey, Ricochet, he's hauling them rooster balls with no permits.
And you can get them at every fast food.
He ain't got no permits.
I think that 276 up there in Colorado's used to eating them sheep.
Hey, 926, taking right out, bumping man, 926. 926 in no time. Man, I got to the tumbleweeds on the real torture, man. 806.
I thought you was in the chicken business, not the bull business.
Hey, state line, you're making a hell of a noise around Los Angeles, Cal. State line, 352, waving a Saturday wave, and we back wide. That's a state line, 104 Lodge. Have a wonderful day, 352, back wide.
I didn't know you was in the bull business.
Gotta be a room 9. 1025, what you think? I'm eavesdropping, you know. Hey, take ride. Go back in the bushes. Brownies.
At 454, hit the mall down snake, and I'm passing through. Bye.
Style 454, 806 around the yard. Oh, BUIP, go.
chicken truck, here, chicken truck. I got another full order for the chicken truck. Break up!
Well, I don't know. I'm just out here working this crate though. Wayne, man, I'm taking a step up there and give you what you
Hey, 800 state line. Walt Jones said he's in line. He's been waiting for them rooster balls. 800 Walt Jones said he needs a plate of rooster balls.
Vegas 806 BYP.
Hey, Walt Jones, he wants to know if you want ketchup on them or ranch dressing. Of course, he's going to say ranch dressing. 800, that's a mail, I'm gone.
Hey, corn dog around Maryville. You get some blue cheese and put that ranch dressing down. Go right with some blue cheese.
He'll be all right. I got down bigger. Bye-bye. Hey, Princess Walkie-Talkie, evening time, wave up your way to the land of Lincoln. Princess Walkie-Talkie, snake with a hop of evening wave.
Fine style. Hey, stay line. No rooster nuts sound real tasty right about now. I heard the whole duck fucking thing.
Hey, Timbo Roger, right on. Hey, Duck Hunter. Hey, you coming right on in here on my cactus tonight. Hey, Duck Hunter, I'll send the mail right back.
Hey, folks in on that state line. Hey, that's all you can eat meal. Them duckfuckers gonna show up 2 by 2, saying they want some more. Hey, state line, serve it up right. BYP, I'm gonna ease back.
Hey, Timbo Roger, right on. Hey, Duck Hunter, you got her tweaked up, sounding real fine. You get along fine. Pues put them all out on them. I'm sitting back. Hey, Duck Hunter, I'll get back with you. Have a good evening.
UDX 469 phones, Central Utah. Damn, Mother Nature in and Mother Nature out.
Hey, 426 in that Minnesota Mobile, can I ride with you? BYP on this bugboard, I need a lift.
Giblets and all that stuff, man. He says he's got it all through the slits. UDX 469 phones, Central Utah. Copy on the Duda ball. I'll get back when I can. 292, I'll get back real quick if we can. I don't know, it's really rough. Sounds good.
technologies here advantage there, 800. So copy on those steamy, hot, roasted rooster.
Yeah, 800, I was just thinking about that. If you get them sending them rooster nuts with a drone, everybody think the sky's falling. Oh, mercy me, I'm just scared me to death. I don't know what to think about it. Bye.
I don't know what do those snakes have giblets on them, or what are they like?
Well, that takes a cake. Eugene Johnson wants his with hot sauce. 800. Yeah, he wants Eugene Johnson. He wants his chicken bowls with hot sauce. That's my order. I'm gone. He gonna change his order to chicken nipples or temple. Yeah, Eugene Johnson. Now I want to tell you what. He said he's all stacked up with rooster balls and he wants some of them chicken nipples.
Postal Service don't move for free now.
You gonna donate his first?
Long as we're having fun, that's all it counts.
Chicken nipples up for the roast.
Eugene Johnson, I'm having so hard right now, but well, Johnson's chicken nipples, hello.
You know that 7300 started for there's not enough phones out here listening to state line, but taking orders for the rooster nuts.
Hey, he don't care long. Hey, Eugene Johnson said he don't care long as it's got grease on it. I'm getting down.
Where's that 800 state line?
I'm not going to ask him no more questions, step boy.
Can we get an order of grits on the side? You got an order of hot grits on the side?
Choice, and that's the state of Washington. 804 North Carolina, old mountain man's waving.
You get those deep-fried duck, man. Deep-fried duck rib beef. I think they'd be crunchy, man. You put salt on those, they're going to be almost like Doritos or something, like some type of carnivore. Maybe some of the deep-fried duck rib beef. Man, that sounds good.
So that's a temple Roger Einstein. Evening, dude.
Wave out of the patch. I'm getting down on the mill.
You got it going on. All right, buddy. You take care. 804. I believe he says in North Carolina. Have a good day. Evening.
Peanut butter, I go make a bear. Einstein, he's having a whole hose of peanut butter. Yeah, especially he's getting down on a plate of them right now. Yeah, he wants want some of them rooster balls, or 800, but you want peanut butter on the bottom of him. There's another order for you.
Hey, how about that DX out there? 452's trying to get out and wave a hand.
Are you running out there? 435, Rochester, California, breaker.
Hey, how about that 800?
We just having a little fun.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to get out in this rainstorm we got going on, but we got Mother Nature coming from quite a bit different places.
Now, them were the good kind. The chocolate covered was, Eugene. I have to agree.
Right back. Well, roger that. Save some of them flowers for yourself. You're maxing my 30 dB out.
Snake eyes, snake doctor with that wave right back. Have a good evening.
My big antenna. Oh, cowboy in Fresno, California, right back on your breaker.
Ooh, roger that, 800. Hey, top of the weekend to you, what's left of it, and happy DXing this rest of the afternoon. 452's back on the side.
Yeah, Roger, 804, you're coming right in there smooth and clean. Got a little different sound going on. I kind of like it there. 804. Snake doctor without E, that wave right back.
Hey, I got your brass monkey. I had to switch over to the ground plane. I wasn't quite getting you on the beam.
Get my number. Yeah, Super D, seek it with a wave. Ain't that wave? Let it go. Oh, yeah.
Don't forget the garlic bread. We got most of that.
309, Indiana, Seashine, snake with a unit wave and I go.
Garlic bread. Hey, like we have the damn garlic bread. That's what goes with the rooster nuts. Place to go.
All right, I'll stand by. I'm looking around. 89309, I go. Break a break.
Test 1, 2. California's running away, man. A lot of activity out there today, good Lord. Mother Nature must have put on that two-string. You guys are going, wow.
Them good conditions, 309. I'll sit back and listen too. Breaker. There was some kind of instigator involved, 800. I know who it was. I'm not going to say it.
I'll be outside
with the umbrella when they start to fall there at State Line. I got the Tabasco sauce here in my oyster. I'm ready to eat.
Is anyone know brown purple stripe?
Man, if they only knew. If they only knew I'm running this stock RTI 2980. Hey, no money. If they only knew I'm running this bone stock RTI 2980 out here on the West Coast. I got that RF power knob cranked all the way over to the right. Hey, no money. I got that RF power turned all the way to the right there on this bone stock RTI 2980. Shame on the Doug Black and mess. No money. You're a cowboy on the West Coast, and I'm gone.
Lord have mercy. Oh, man, kick back listening.
Man, those Gila monsters will be
Arizona. Ball droppers in there. Hello. Good evening, my friends. How you doing? Yeah, you doing the number on your
coming back into Utah. EDX 469 phones, banging out with my crap out.
Hey, Hollywood, is that you out there around the bend? Hey, Hollywood.
State line, we're going to try to wave our hand one more time. 007's California's trying to wave that hand.
Oh, Joe, you tell him his refrigerator is empty.
That's 309. 007 Rich Coast, California. Waving a hand right back. That's 309.
You said you're reading that mail in Georgia? You said you're reading that mail in Georgia? Cowboy being nosy, break.
All right, that 800. That 800 is on the state line. Yeah, finally did out that way. 73. We'll do it again. I got to skip for a while. Maybe we'll make the rest do it when I get back. 007 California, waving a hand one time. That 800 on the state line. We got to go 10-7.
Watch out for the chickens coming, man. Here they go. Oh, them damn chickens.
Oh, they're jumping up and down and leaving town like James Brown. They're going that way right there. Here, let me key it down. Make sure you know I'm in town. Right there, I'm showing up.
Jared! Look out. Here they come.
Yes, he is.
Your driver's brother. hopefully got the coax crossed.
Hey, Super D with that 8 time wave. Say, can I butt a bill? High five wave, but I go.
What's going on, radio? Sunny Southern Cal, getting on down. Breaker. Breaker. Evening time. Stuck in a one-room shack, getting on down.
Good evening, time 309, 352, Los Angeles, standby. Hey, Terrage, right on, me, brother, something good around Los Angeles, gal. We heard you out there, we wave my hand on the side. Hey, 352 back wide. And that's a 309, 104, Roger. Have a great day. Bye-bye-bye. Hey, real good job. Hey, 606 Mobile, we're going to say good evening time right back, baby brother. 352 waving, come on. I appreciate the contact and I appreciate the get back, 606. You don't take it easy, take care, baby brother. Keep your eyes on the block conference and look out for the fender benders. 352 back in the bushes. Good day.
Hey, don't worry about it. I ain't got no business with our west here.
Well, you gotta hear what we got going on.
309, yeah, man, I heard you, everything you said, man, but somebody was talking about some poop noodles out there trying to keep their house afloat. They got my attention. Take care, 309. Nice guy. I'll see you.
Yeah, they got those pool noodles over at the dollar store, man. They're $1.25 a piece. I don't know how they take to float the house, though.
Oh, I tell you what, 20 done turned, 28 turned into a damn train wreck.
I ain't never seen a house on pool noodle pontoons, but man, there's a first for everything.
Hey, take care around the Lone Star, man. Good to hear you in my radio. Nice guy. Trying to put it up.
One-time state line. One-time state line. Soul control waving.
Oh, damn, Mother Nature done deserted me. She went head out on the east.
It's nights like this that I'm starting to eyeball the old pump house over here. I might have to start cleaning.
No, I bet, yeah, conditions fell out, but if you still got a sloppy copy out there around the Lone Star, oh, nice guy, trying to wave one more time. I'll see you.
I might have to warm up to at least 68400 or whatever I got over here.
Starting to get conditions over your way yet? Highwayman says good evening.
Well, 800, you start getting there with the hairdresser, you're going to be drinking those Bud Lights.
time out there. Highwayman and the Tater Patch, we're listening up. Okay, I did hear you. We got you that time for sure. 309, have a good rest of your Saturday evening. Highwayman's listening. Click, click.
Man, things are sounding crazy. Have we already had gray lines? I'm just over here with my fingers crossed that this weed store don't take down the antenna, man. We got all sorts of that's going to have to be next weekend's project or this week's project, but it's going to have to happen because it's pretty wild out here.
I'm back in the 90s.
That's right, it's leaning into it. You don't need a leader. My leader is the antenna. Someone's got the ball now. Let's see who it is. Whoever that was put down the ball, you know, you got a good ball and you get down good out here in Utah. 800 out there saying he wants to go.
Shut the hell up. Fucking dog fuck was out there fucking saying that shit the other day. I was sitting here listening.
You sound great. You sound great. 557. Welcome. It's a little crazy out here, but yeah, we need some of this once in a while. Life gets too serious. You got to kind of lighten up. 557, you sound loud and proud out here in Utah today. UX4 69 Bones, Central Utah. Roger, Roger. Einstein, you have a beautiful weekend. Take care. 73 all the way around. UX469 Bones. Stand by for the standby. Well, you guys back east that can't hear State Line, he's welcoming everybody to the weekend, and he's offering to fly his drone up your way to drop you some chicken balls. He's got them deep-fried chicken nuggets coming your way. So, you know, I don't know. If you can't catch State Line on the backscatter, he's got a good offer going on, and he's welcoming everybody to the weekend. Thought I'd go on UX469 Bones.
You go.
The peanut butter is a good ice cream on there. I'm trying to set my trap, man. The old bucket mount out here. If I get a straw full of peanut butter, I can do that sausage.
You'd probably be better off snorting some toothpaste. Turkey certified. Turkey certified 5150. That's what
they got big rules.
My one is not your certified. Certified crazy. They said it only
Welcome to the beach. State Line down there. So if you want to get a hold of State Line, welcome to the weekend. man. You over 557. You're getting that thing on fire. That's what I call on fire. 557. You sound great out of it now. You get 469 ball. No strain, man. Yeah, that's what I call a blacktop signal, man. You're out the dairy patch. That's a blacktop. You take it easy, Einstein. UDX 469-73. That's right. I'm going to step aside, too. I got to go see a man about a horse, but I'll be right back around as long as it lasts. You guys take it easy, UDX 469.
Right there.
Let it roll.
It's too easy. I'm reading the memo.
Real quick, 135 Jolly Rancher, 135 Jolly Rancher. I'm going to step aside, but I just want to let you know, since you're calling, you do sound big as Utah. Jolly Rancher, have a good weekend. UDX 469 phone, 73.
Oh, muscle. No Mother Nature. Tip-top lead 276. Big rallies and out your way.
Dry zero, stopping the holy smokes. Give me another, some little 50-60 break. Zero, floats, smokes. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness. That guy's,
Top of George is rocking the mic.
Zero is blowing smoke. We're going to step aside a minute. UDX 469.
Holy cow! What is all that doggone racket out there? Everybody decided to key up at the same time? What, is there somebody on the frequency that hasn't been out there in a while or something? Because, man, everybody sure seems to be stirred up out there trying to get a hold of somebody.
Good evening there, Derail 2, William.
Alright, so there's Nail Driver. He's trying to get a hold of Derail. I think State Line might be out there trying to get a hold of somebody. I'm not sure whoever else is out there, but those are the top three big radios I'm hearing right now. Well, I don't know. I think you're doing a fine job getting famous all by yourself. See, in there you got a duck bill sandwich being hand-delivered on a silver platter. That's right, a duck bill sandwich being delivered on a silver platter.
Yeah, Rtl-Sdr, same thing out here in the west. No, Mother Nature, I think downstairs. What do you think?
Hey, State Line, what are you getting for them duck-bill sandwiches made out of them Georgia ducks? Them Georgia ducks that are on the grill, what are you getting for them duck-bill sandwiches out there? Oh, shit. Derail's out there. Doggone it, Derail keying up with authority out there. Look at that. Hello, Derail.
I'll come out here on 28. Been talking skip on 28 for over 25 years.
And I'm standing boss all over the world, boys.
The shack. You know what? Back in the shack is way better than being back to work. You know what, State Line, I got to go in a little bit late today and just got home, but I did have to do some work today, and I got to do some work tomorrow. But, you know, it's overtime, and overtime pays just right.
Hey, Rtl-Sdr.
Well, you know, I pick up about 4 hours a week extra, and then on the weekends, you know, we pick up a little extra more. It's always good to fund projects, you know. The extra money is for funding projects, so the rest of it can just, you know, keep everything at home just cruising along nice and easy and steady. State Line, you're out there getting down, man. I got you 60 over here. You are just pelting me. I mean, pelting me with signal.
Hey, you got any chicken nipples?
Tell them D-Rail's got you at 61. D-Rail's got you at 61, they're right.
That's really stupid.
Hello, Hollywood.
All right, State Line, you keep the shiny side on the top side with that chicken truck, and, you know, keep the dirty side where the duckbills live.
Stay right.
For self-defense in city limits. If a 9mm can go through 2-inch, 3-inch...
Hey, Hollywood, take your mind off of 455. 352, waving on my hand on the west side. Hollywood, 352, back in the bush.
Kentucky ballistics. That's why no one out here wants Kentucky ballistics. No demolition knife ratch. We don't want Kentucky ballistics, no.
Hey, Hollywood, I was in the bush, man. Sure, I'm on a small station. Hollywood, I got it's gonna fit in where I fit in. Can't fit in up and down a show. 352, back wide.
Oh, yeah, here's time 45 over there.
Mr. Johnson's been a while. We all done this phone around here. Welcome to the...
Okay, I won't keep back and letting in. Old 2-watt back wide.
Hello, Hollywood. Hello, Hollywood. Razzle-dazzle 867 Las Vegas. I'm waving right at you.
Hey, Dale Driver, you out there, man, but it's a jungle out there, man. It's a jungle.
Hey, Hollywood, State Line says he's got a great big heaping plate of rooster nuts for you. I'm not really sure what you're going to do with them rooster nuts, but he says he's got a big heaping plate of them, and I think he probably just got them off the grill. He's got a real fine mesh on his grill so they don't fall through. Hey, State Line Nail Driver, he wants a big old plate of them rooster balls too. Yep, he sure did. He wants a big plate of them rooster balls. As soon as you get them ready, let him know.
He's out here, middle of nowhere, Mojave Desert, California.
Hey, Nail Driver, 800 wants to know if you want those things dipped in chocolate. Do you want them chocolate rooster balls, or do you want them dipped in rich dressing channel 35? Hey, State Line, he wants them original. He wants them not fancied up. He wants them all original. He's got them sauteed in herbs and spices over there. They are the original recipe. There's no doubt. He's got them all seasoned up and ready for you. Hey, State Line, he wants free shipping. Can you arrange some free shipping? He got himself a drone off of Amazon. He's going to ship them your way. As long as the battery will get them from his place to your place, they'll be free shipping. If they don't quite make it, then you're going to have to go find the drone. Hey, State Line, he says your drone, if it's not powered by a nuclear power plant, that's not going to get it there. You need something with a little more power. You need some nuclear drones. Hey, he says the drone he got works off a 20-volt DeWalt battery. Not a derail battery, but a DeWalt battery, a 20-volt DeWalt.
Blowing smoke out here in California.
Hey, State Line, he says it's not the voltage, it's the amp hours. You need to have a battery with a high amp hour. And as long as you got a high enough amp hour, they'll make it over there. If not, you're going to have to get in your truck and get it there. There you go. He's going to get a bunch of extension cords. His wife's going to get on down there to the Harbor Freight and buy a bunch of them cheap extension cords, and he's going to just plug it in and send it your way. He just hates to have to roll all that up when it makes it back.
413, Bottomside, Missouri, 88, Mojave Desert, California, waving back.
Wrecking ball, take it in, or hit it.
Hey, I'm glad to be passing those fives out there. Good chatting with you for sure. And State Line, he said you must be needing a tax write-off. You're making so doggone much money over there selling all them damn chicken balls, turkey balls, and crawfish balls that you need a tax write-off. So that must be why you're buying all them doggone extension cords and that drone, is to take it off your taxes.
Trucking the bluegrass?
I don't know, but I tell you what, every year the government takes over $30 grand off of me for taxes, and I don't know, I think I'm at least paying for one of them welfare people, you know, $34 grand that they take off of me every year.
peaceful. We get a little peace on the radio.
Hey, I'll tell you what, call 800 on his landline. Call State Line on his landline. He wants to talk to you in person. Hey, Wisconsin 109, I'm waving right on back.
Hello, Eugene. Hope you're doing well. Eugene Johnson making all the noise out here. Eugene Johnson.
Man, oh man, just be me on the key out here in Sin City. Razzle, mother, effing dazzle, bump, bump, bump. All right, there, 109, you're coming in like gangbusters out here. We got us a hotline.
Right now, 88, Mojave, Desert, California. We're getting up.
The voice is coming out of it. It's not that serious.
309, have a great rest of the weekend. 88, Mojave, Desert, California, waving back.
I got a copy on you. I don't know if you got a copy on me. I got low power. And my antenna's on the JJ Dominator around Oregon.
10-night Mouse, Indiana. You making a trip? Midnight Mouse, Indiana. 88, Mojave, Desert, California. Magnolia, 88, Mojave, Desert, California.
Well, there's northern Michigan. Yep, there's Kansas. There's Kansas. I hear Kansas in there.
Mojave, Desert, California. We're back on the side.
And every now and then I hear JJ. I don't know where JJ's at, but JJ's out there fluttering around, just bouncing up and down, trying to get his name called. JJ.
Just one time. All you gotta do is get your name.
Jimmy Jam got down, and somebody in the Buckeye just got on.
I know.
Well, jelly don't shake like jam.
All right, ground.
Oof. Yikes.
Wild ground playing.
1137, back off on that base. 88, Mojave, Desert, waving. You're processing it too far. 1130. Mojave Desert, Lincoln.
Ruh-roh, no look down, but somebody out there is keying up in the bluegrass.
Hey, Dr. Keydown, I hear you in the bluegrass, man, but my conditions ain't over that way. But I heard you, Dr. Keydown, old ground plane gone. Hey, 309, you still showing out around Indiana. Hey, 309, nice guy on the ground playing. Bye-bye.
ground plane. Where are you at, JJ?
You're making a trip, 88 Miami, Desert, California.
Come on back.
I'll try this one more time. Let me ease up in the band. Bondo Station, cruising around these evergreens. How about it?
Out there in the land of Lincoln with that great big old wave. Where's there a big old wave? Hello, cool breeze. Cool breeze. Just blowing into my radio like a cool breeze. I heard you out there. Hey, 214, who exactly are you giving a high five to out there? Oh, 10-4, you're giving a high five to old 76 out there. All right, well, keep it up and give him all the high fives he can handle. Look out, that 1111111111111 guy is out there on the frequency trying to talk to Australia. Doggone, I hate it when the record's scratched and it just gets into that mode, you know, just over and over and over playing the same doggone scratch.
California's waving. Good old
California, Sunnyside, Anaheim, California waving.
Just to let y'all on the contact you. I don't believe he does that stuff, but he does it the way he contact you. 172 out here.
Break. California waving, break.
Somebody out there is getting down. I just want to know, how many times can you get down before you have to get back up again? And are your knees okay with that? They're not fruits, they're flakes, and if they're not fruits or flakes, they're nuts. So be careful talking to those folks from California. You know, that 1025 out there, that 1025, he let the dogs out. When they asked who let the dogs out, 1025, he let the dogs out. He just said so himself. Man, oh man, and they got a big old net, and it's not for butterflies, it's for puppy dogs. Yes, we hear that radio. I don't know where that radio is, but we hear that radio. That one right there.
You've been doing that for a minute there, buddy. I'm going to be looking at top of that dirt.
Warming the dog and checking the cat.
Right here, right now, that radio right here. We hear that radio right here, and we hear it right now. Was that Gump out there? Was that Gump? Well, doggone it, I haven't talked to Gump in months. Gump, if that's you out there, Razzle Dazzle 867 Las Vegas, we're waving at you. Kidding me, right? You think that's all that goes on out here? Man, we are so close to the Colorado River system. We got the mountains like 45 minutes away up at 10,000 feet in the snow. We got national parks, amusement parks, and all kinds of things within a couple-hour drive around this joint. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. And no, we don't live down there where those casinos are. Like where I'm at, dude, we don't even have streetlights nor sidewalks. We're out here with the coyotes and the jackrabbits and the red-tailed hawks and the chipmunks, doggone it. That's where we're at. We're out here on the rural outskirts of Las Vegas, up on these alluvial fans of these mountains, sitting around 2,750 feet in elevation, looking down on the valley and the strip and all that. there's a lot more than just going to casinos out here. I mean, you know, we got rock crawlers. We go out and get in the foothills and climb rocks and mountains and do all kinds of interesting things. And we go boating and water skiing and hanging out and having a good time at the lakes and on the river systems. And like I said, we get up to the mountains, do some snowboarding and what have you, and have campfires. And it's good times out here out in the high desert. That's right, where we can put up great big towers and antennas and nobody bothers us.
That's a recording station. You should ought to know better, John. Full-time recording station over here. You should know that.
All right, getaway driver. Hey, I'm glad you're down there in Kansas and nobody's messing with you and you're down by the river. Because doggone it, there's nothing like getting on down there on the water and having some H2O, aquaholic paradise, and a little relaxation. All right, bump. We'll catch you later. Razzle Dazzle 867 Las Vegas, Nevada. Hey, Nail Driver, did you make that phone call? Did you talk to old State Line there? Oh, shit. Hey, cool breeze. I hear you hollering for me out there. Cool breeze. Hey, I'm waving right on back at you, Cool Breeze. It's rough and it's tough out there, but doggone it, I heard you that time. about that nail driver? Can you hear this Bondo station up here at these evergreens? Bondo, the nail driver, how about it? Don't look now, but the Sooner State's out there looking. He's looking from the Sooner State.
Hey, nail driver. Come on, nail driver. Nail driver, Bondo, this is your Bondo up here in the northwest corner. How about that nail driver?
Bondo cruising around these evergreens.
Oh, how about a needle bender? I know there's a guy named Needle Driver, so what about needle bender?
Nail driver, you got Bondo up here in these evergreens. Bondo, we're just filling in. We're cruising on. I just want to know who's out there trying to break that 102-inch whip. How much power are you putting into that 102-inch whip to try to break it?
Hey, have a great rest of the weekend there, 309-0151.
Is that Armando Bondo?
Hey, nail driver, same old. I just rotated the beam like 3 degrees on up there to the north. That's all. I just one click on the mouse here, and I got 3 degrees on that beam.
Mojave Desert, California, Breaker Desert.
Oh man, I must be coming in the side or the back side or something. Shoot, I don't know.
Needle driver. I've been calling for neither one of them, needle driver or needle bender, either or. But this is 172 Tucson out here. This ain't needle driver. It's 172 out here in Tucson, waving.
Hey, nail driver, there is no strain and no pain in hearing anything you're saying. So, we can hold the QSO as long as the conditions, are in our favor. But doggone it, let me tell you, you're putting it on me over here too. When you're on the key, nobody else is.
California, Breaker.
Nail driver, hey, have a great evening out there. Enjoy your DX, and I'm going to do the same. I might even just start flipping around the band and see what else is going on out there. But it sure has been fun hanging out on this here frequency and just chatting with everybody. All right, bump nail driver. We'll catch you later. Good put it on you. We'll see you.
Even at that razzle-dazzle out there. Cool dog, bark, bark. Under that razzle-dazzle out there. Cool dog, wait a minute, bark, bark.
Hello, Doc Holliday. Somebody else is out there hollering for me. Who was that masked man out there hollering for old Razzle Dazzle? Well, I heard 926 out there hollering. 926.
This is Cool Dog waving in Las Vegas, Nevada.
many folks out there, it's almost like the Friday night fights on Saturday. I don't know, it's crazy. There's a whole bunch of people out there on the band just hooting and a hollering and a chucking and a jiving. Don't if there's some radios going on out there this evening. Hey, Doc Holliday, did they start drinking this afternoon? Is that what happened? It was Saturday afternoon. They started drinking a real bit early, around, I don't know, quarter to noon maybe. Figured it was close enough to noon. They started drinking at 11:45, and, you know, I don't know what you guys, that's a whole lot of drinking.
You're too much bass in the audio. Hey, 11:37. You're processing it too far. 88 Mojave Desert, letting you know.
Did someone down your driveway when you lived in down your driveway down the office spot?
Hey, Doc Holliday. Neil driver out there, he wanted to wave a hand at you. I don't know if he can hear you or not, but he can hear me, and he knows I'm talking to you, so he wanted me to roll that 5, that nickel. So I'm rolling that nickel, doggone it. Neil driver's waving at that Doc Holliday. All right, hey, Neil driver, he's waving right on back at you. All right, hey, Doc Holliday, he said hopefully you guys will get some Mother Nature going your way so you guys can talk, and he hopes you have a real nice weekend, and he heard that you made some upgrades on your radio, and it sounded 10-8 and great, so I guess the rumor in the rumor mill is got out, and people know you've been making some upgrades over there.
So you deserve campers, little bitch. Mud duck. I'll get over there at Chucky's station and make you all mud ducks. You think you're the shit.
I'll let him know. Hey, Nail Driver, he hasn't made any upgrades over there. He's still running his Eagle 500. But it's still working, man. I'll tell you, it sounds good out there. All right, Neil Driver. Hey, Doc Holliday, he thought you had another box over there that you were working on, trying to get it up and running. Other than that Eagle 500, he thought you had another box over there last time you and him put the spoke on, and he thought you were trying to get that up and going. He figured that was what you were talking on. All right, well, hey, that's good. I'm glad everything is still up and running and doing what it's supposed to do out there.
Definitely run out there and say a good
All right, Doc Holliday, we'll catch you another day going another way for sure. Have a real nice weekend, what's left of it. Me on the key out here in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. Razzle, mother effing dazzle, 867. 4 and a blue grass. I'm waving right on back. And there was somebody else out there trying to get through, but I didn't quite make out who that was. But, hey, thanks for hollering at me out there. I can hear you.
Oklahoma, 926 Oklahoma, 88 Mojave Desert, California, waving back. All right, 926, that mobile. County, 60 miles east of Los Angeles. Till we do it again, 926 Oklahoma, 88 Mojave Desert, California. We're back out of the show. Eight ball and more 8-ball. 8-ball in the pocket. You got it? 88 Mojave Desert, California. Waving. Trying to get away. County, we're back on this side. Did I get any conditions? Did I get any conditions when I keyed it up like that?
Well, what if you got to try to get into Texas? What's it take to get into Texas?
You should get out of Texas. Hell, I can get out of California.
Hey, 309, this is 722 out here in California. 722, hearing you out here in California this Saturday evening, break.
Hey, Doc Holliday, don't say that, man. Hey, Doc Holliday, don't say that, man. All I got is a ground plane. I got small watts, big antenna. Hey, Doc Holliday, don't say that about Cowboy in front.
Hello, Yellow Jacket. Razzle Dazzle 867 Las Vegas waving your way.
Back at you out here in California. You have a good evening.
Hello, Skip Shooter.
Right back, Doc Holliday, down there around the big horn, man. Hey, Doc Holliday, down there around the big horn. We could appreciate that. All about that. This old Mud Duck Radio, downtown California. Hey, Doc Holliday, your Cowboy, 564 Cowboy, Fresno, California. Good day.
I hear you guys out there. I hear you loud and clear, but then I hear that weather playing games. But you all are out there, and you all have a blessed evening.
right, I hear you out there, 511 Bird Nest, so come on down. Here, Roger, Lumberjack down there in Tennessee, man. Well, you sounding real good out around California. I heard you now wanting to shout out, say hello for conditions. Roll out of here. Lumberjack 10, have a good one. 511's down, bye. Bye, Hollywood. Bye, dear. Have a good one, Lumberjack. I heard you, Hollywood. Bring a booyah. Roger, Hollywood, you're a good CBer, man. Let me finish up the Keystone, no doubt about it. Hey, Hollywood, have a good one out there, man. You're sounding real good under the big old radio that gives out to you around Cali. We'll catch you later. Hollywood, I'm gone. Bye. Hello out here in West Virginia, 511 California, waving to you, Briga. I got 6-5 in Honolulu coming out there, man. Trying to say hello to you guys, so I'm going to get on out of the way. You're 511 down here in Cali.
Did you get it back to the west side? Lumberjack. Well, we were in McCoy, California. I'm getting down.
I hear you guys out there back east, but I got Hawaii coming in my back door, man. They're plugging my ears out there in Hawaii. Hey, we'll catch you later. The old 511 out here around the bird nest. I'll see you. Bye.
Where'd that 454 go? We're trying.
To the west side, Lumberjack.
One more time for that 454. We're trying.
We in that corner. I just got down. Bye.
Hey, 454, making a trip down here to Bakersfield, California. On your way.
One more time for that 454.
Oh, 309. This is 309. This is 309. Radio station. We're on the play radio, California. So down, my bad. About it, California, we're in my car, I'm waving my dirty hand, and I'm getting down.
How about this 456 down here in Orlando? I give us no wave.
you got some really late night shit. Sounding good out of Arkansas, man. 73. God bless you and your family, my friend. They call me Bad Seed around Malibu. I'll be standing by reading the mail. I'm sure they're all calling for you. Thank you, 440. God bless you and your family. 73. I think you said 6'8" Kentucky waving.
440, you out there today, 440? Come on back to Mississippi.
Super Dave out there.
I wonder who that is up there sitting sucking on an onion.
That's all I got.
Suck on a big old onion? Oof, I don't know if you could put any pepper on that or something. That better be one of those sweet onions.
How about this 456 down here in the land of Lincoln? Wave a hand. California, waving.
That's who it be.
Kentucky Lumberjack, we heard you in there. Hope you're having a great weekend. 88 Mojave Desert, waving right back.
Roger that, 451. Yeah, I thought I heard you in there, man, so I figured I better yell. You got a better mind for voices than I do. I can't remember nothing, but you sounded familiar, Roger.
88 in the Carolinas, you got 88 Mojave Desert, California, waving back.
She better keep it up, because I'm going to mess around and take a blue pill, and she going to be in a whole lot of trouble. 521, I'm back at it.
Well, ain't no problem, you know, the DX is just we try and do what we can. Hey, man, you take care.
Hey, 10-4, I appreciate it. I heard Alabama Steel, 88 Mojave Desert, California, waving.
Oh, geez, I got it.
I guess I don't have no condition. I guess I don't have no condition. You say Cowboy Fresno, 521 back in town to Seattle. 521 come.
Boy and Emily. Anyway, take care. We'll do it.
229 South George is a punk.
Roger. Okay, mighty fine, Mr. 88. You have a good evening out there. 73 is your way. Cowboy, Fresno, California, reading the
10-4 now, Mr. 107. Well, good evening to you, sir. 363,
the 3 bar right here. Have a little bit of condition. 388, Tennessee. Sounding good in California.
521 up in Seattle, and I'm standing by.
How about this 456? 369, I think you said Louisiana, 88 Mojave Desert, California, waving.
Hey, 10-4 there around Memphis 10, man. Well, I'm going to say good evening. I'm going to get out of here for a minute. I got to walk out here to this grapevine and get me some grapes before I get too dark. So y'all take it easy around Memphis 10. I'll be back. 521, bottom of Seattle. Me and this small radio station back out.
315 Minnesota, 88 Mojave Desert, California. We're waving right back.
And that's a 10710 phone. I'm stepping out the door.
Super D. 5-4, the best Chevy Chevy ever made. In West by God, Virginia. 454, 88 Mojave Desert, California. We're waving back.
Right off in Oregon.
Minnesota, hey, 315 Minnesota, we heard you in there. 88 Mojave Desert, California, waving right back. All right, 315 Minnesota, keep up the good work. 315 Minnesota, 88 Mojave Desert, California. We're back on the side.
station, Breaker. 329-435, 435, Breaker.
That Cobra 2000 sound good. That Panic Attack Cobra 2000 sound real good up here in Seattle. 521, I'm back out. Let's hear my little radio kid now. 435 out here in the lobby, man. God bless. I'm back out.
65 Honolulu. West Virginia. I heard you talking about 65 in Honolulu, and you were both coming in loud. So 275 tonight, Owl. Tonight, Northwest Oregon. We want to see if we can get to one of you.
769, the old Red Hawk out of Oregon, waving.
Right there, West Virginia. Anyway, 65, 275, night owl, and 454, night owl. We're going to go have some dinner. Hey, 65 Honolulu. It's been great. I talked to you before, I believe. Anyway, 275, the night owl. 65, aloha. But the skip hasn't come from that way. Anyway, 65 Honolulu and 454. Anyway, you guys, I gotta get off this thing for a while. 275, the Night Owl, Northwest Oregon. Aloha.
I can't compete with Seattle. They got them big boys up that way. Take care, 454 West Virginia, old mountain man back listening. White cloud in there. Hello, white cloud. It's been a long time. White cloud, old mountain man's waving. Take care. I appreciate the comeback. Old mountain man back listening. Oh, cool breeze. Cool breeze. Old mountain man's waving. Oh, I made it back to you. Hey, cool breeze. I'm not sure if I made it back to you. Cool breeze. Old mountain man trying to make it. Cool breeze. I'll try it again, see if I can get back to you. Cool breeze, old mountain man hearing you. Well, you know, Mother Nature's helping me out. All right, cool breeze, you have a good evening. You folks have a good one. We'll hook up again. Old mountain man back here and listen for a bit.
to enforce those laws which are supposed to be built. That language is plain. It is clear. It places enforcers to action in the scope of military deployment and only with the president's discretion. Whatever the president considers to be best ways to bring down and be part of seeing a brighter future.